Okay, good morning guys. Thank you for joining me on stream today. So Lilly on screen, the picture you can see in the corner, she's the... No, Lord Forest, the Grimoire edition is £100. Do you know what, let me actually show you what it is, because Max sent me a video over recently of him unboxing it, and it was pretty impressive. But it will give you an idea of what's in there. Just gotta find the video he sent me. It was also pretty funny. So the Grimoire edition will be £100, but the 125 will basically give you the 3 factions instead of 2. So we've got the Kingdom of the Kingdom of Varland. Then we've got the... Do you know what? I think I've got them all on. When it wants to load. Yes, here we go. So the 4 you can see on screen now. So from left to right we've got Joshua, Lisa, Hector and Naggled. So these guys are the Varland faction. Then we've got Basalia is Victoria, Corrado, and then we've got the guy who was on screen when I first started, Roland. We just copy him and put him in the page. So we've got Roland, and then we've got Lilly, who I'm working on today, so she'll be the 4th member of Team Basalia. And then we've got the Kingdom of Giza, which is these 2 lovely ladies. Plus, I'm sure I should have them on here, to be honest. Oh no, I sculpted them in a separate file. But we've got Gil, and let me just load them in. We've got Gil and we've got Taro. Where's Taro? Right, so the monthly loot crate will be a tenner. So this guy will be like a typical example. So this is Goblin Slayer from the anime series. So he'll be part of the game as a mercenary. So the idea being we'll have a similar kind of thing to this guy, and every month you'll get a drop through your door, and you won't know what it's going to be, but it'll be something like this, or it'll be like, you know, Cloud from Final Fantasy VII, or Sephiroth, or what's it? One of the guys from, don't know. I can't even think what it's called now. Yeah, exactly. Whatever kind of things people want to see, whatever gets cropped up from like anime shows or from RPGs and, you know, other games. So like maybe, don't know, the hero character from Secret of Mana. Could be anything. So I want to do Velvet from Tales of Berseria at some point as well, because I really like that character. Well, we'll pull them all together. Do you know what I mean? We'll make them happen. But yeah, so basically, it'll be £10 a month, and you'll get the miniature, who, like I say, is 40mm scale. Oh, good morning, guys. Who's had a raid in? Robert Hartley, good morning. Thank you for the 102 raid drop. How are we doing today? My alarm hasn't gone off and told me you've just done this, but... Good morning, Strauss. Good morning, Nick Chan. Oh, Mr. Joe, how are you doing, mate? Oh, it is Goblin Slayer. Yeah. It is. Fancy Unicorn, Sparrow Flyway, Harlequin, Michael Pilot, good morning all. It is a major raid. Coming from the wonderful Mr. Hartley. Rob, how you doing? Okay, I'm just showing off the what do you call it this morning? Figures for Crystal Collapse. Just getting them all ready. So this is our new faction. Let's go and bring in Gil. He's a big unit. He's not that big though. that's out of scale that is. Let's drop him in. So he's big, but yeah, not big. How was the stream, Robert? Right, that's about the right size, I think. He's supposed to be a little bit bigger. He's a big berserker, this guy is, so... Okay, so there's one faction. No worries at all. Appreciate the raid, thank you very much. And I need to get in touch with AJ shortly. Actually, we need to have a little chin wagging catch up. Here we go. So I think he's a bit too small. Let's make him a bit bigger. He now looks too big. Fantastic, suits me. Just drop me a line anytime. I shall make time for you. Morning, Bunker. How are you doing this morning, mate? Okay, so just left to right again. We've got the three factions for the starter game. So we've got Joshua, Lisa, Hector, and Nagel. These are the Kingdom of Varland. These are one of the starter factions. We've got these guys, Victoria, Corrado and Roland, plus the lady you can see illustrated on screen this morning. She's Lilly, she's going to be the fourth member of Team Basalia. We've got Kingdom of Giza over here, who are going to get changed recently, or the name's going to get changed because it's a bit too close to Gaza, which obviously is a bit too topical. So they're cat people basically, so we've got four of them. This guy was once a cat person, but he's an alchemist. He's managed to transmogrify himself into some crazy little pig boar elephant dragon thing. And we've got Gil the Big Berserker, Fina the Mage, and Hannah the Assassin. And then we've got our little Goblin Slayer over here in the end as well. So that'll be 12 models on release, plus Goblin Slayer is a freebie if you sign up for my mailing list and then go on to pre-order the game. And let's just get this video up that I was going to show. This is the deluxe box I'm looking for. So Max sent me a video of the game itself, but in the Grimoire edition box, which basically Max has made. It's a box that looks like a big book. It's got all the storage inside for everything he needs. So it's got the space for the books, space for the cards, dice, etc, etc. No worries, Bunker. You be careful getting up and down that ladder at your age. Max, where's the video? Guys, just bear with me a second. Oh, yeah, you're right, mate. Give Mr. Hartley a shout out. You have to bear with me, guys. I'm still a bit of a peasant when it comes to Twitch. Okay, so let me just find this video that Max sent so I can show you all. So here we go. Right, so it's rather amusing as well because Max is a funny guy. Here we go. So this is what work. This isn't what the game's actually going to look like, by the way. Is it going to work? No. Let's just pause that second.
Yeah, hello, maybe you are interested in buying Crystal Collapse and you have seen that we are selling the game in that stupid boxes, so no chance to buy the game in that boxes. So for anyone that have a little bit of style in their life, we have this Crystal Collapse Tactical Tabletop Wargame Special Collection book. It's a box designed like a book, it's made on wood, and it's anything you need to store your game inside. Let's take a look inside. You can put it out, it's a little bit tricky with one hand. And then you have the rule book with our incredible art on the front. You have a reference sheet where you can have reference by playing the game. So anything you need, you will find there. Then of course you have the playing field as a poster. It's folded. Then next you get this really cool MDF token sheet. There are all tokens you need to play, made by white MDF. All of them is laser graved. It's wooden and it's a higher quality than you have on paper stuff. So it's better. Next to them you have these two sheets with MDF terrain. You will see there. It's anything you need to start the game. You have 1, 2, 3 of the elevations for the high attacks, and you have 1, 2, 3, 4 small boxes that are high. You can use them as blockable terrain or implement it by building your own terrain. So then this fun goes on and on, because now of that we have to open that, put it like here. It's a little bit tricky with one hand, and you can open it, and then we will find some dice to play. Of course, 2 poker card decks, you need them to play. Profile cards for playing the game. And here they have a really cool thing for you. If you open that, you see there's space to store all the miniatures. So you can put inside the miniatures to play and go out on the tabletop club to play some couple of great Crystal Collapse games. Yep.
Well guys, there you go. There's a little run through of the Grimoire edition by Max. Let me just get the music running back again. So that's the contents of the Grimoire edition box. What we're going to do is we're going to give you all of the paper and the MDF content in the game, but you'll get a choice of the 3 factions. So you'll be able to choose which 2 you want. So you can have, like, say, the first 3 on the left hand side here, the first 4 on the left hand side, the Kingdom of Ireland, the Basalia guys, these 3 plus Lilly on the corner over here. Or you can have Geezer over here. So you'll get all of them. If you pre-order the game, having signed up for our mailing list, you get Goblin Slayer thrown in as well. It'll be a freebie addition to the starter sets, and there'll be 1 exclusive miniature going into the starter box. So if you buy the whole starter edition, you'll get 1 model that you'll only get there. And his name's Mr. Powder, and he's a red mage with a rifle. So, a nice, interesting model. Yeah, no worries, Lord Virus. Thanks for dropping in. So, guys, I'm going to start on Lilly today. We're going to get her sculpted up. I need to make sure she's 40mm scale. So this is Mr. Powder. So again, foot to the eye, 10, 20, that actually is on the scale, it is. They need to be a little bit bigger, but it's no dramas. Let me get my standard female base mesh and load that. Okie doke. Base mesh. You know what I can start with? That's not going to be right. Oh, I know why. Sorry guys, different formats, and I have to load them in different ways. Bear with me a second. There we go. Right, 32mm scale, female body. Just got to do a little rescaling on this one. Right, I think we can afford to make the legs a little bit longer. should do it, I think. Let's bring this down. Let's 10, 20, 30, 40. Right, so we need 40 millimeters to the eye line from the bottom of the foot, which is almost there. There we go. This rule is a scale ruler, obviously, so let's just drop that on. Let's do the face first, because this is going to be really off-putting if it's not done. There she is. That's what we're doing today. Let's get the face done. Right, so let's just symmetry on, face active. Let's get the right kind of shape. Right, now she has only got, she doesn't really have like any kind of like notable lips, so she's not supposed to be like a sexy female anime mage or anything like that. So we're not going like Merlin from Seven Deadly Sins. This will be a bit more subtle, I'd say. Turn the ruler off because that's going to really annoy me. So guys, if anybody wants to see more about Crystal Collapse and kind of sign up on that mailing list, you can go to thelionstower.com and you'll sign up on the mailing list there, and you get notified about all of like the updates, all of like the new releases, and obviously when the pre-order goes live as well. Okay, let's carve her eyes. Anybody's got any questions, feel free to fire away. Okay, key to a female face is make it nice and soft. So we don't want these hard transitions that we've got at the moment. So remember, I think this base mesh, I think I made out of a male base mesh to start with. So at times it's got a little bit of a masculine feature in there that you've got to kind of remember to remove. Well, that was a mistake. Let's drop some eyeballs in. Okay, and now that the eyes are in, I can actually finish shaping the eye sockets, because it's quite difficult to do the eye sockets, do the eye shapes and the eye sockets and stuff without actually having eyes in there. Her eyes are way too close together now. Quite like that. Okay, I think that's kind of working for me. Well, profile's better. We'll turn the base off as well because it's annoying. Okay, let's give the lovely lady some ears. So 600's about the sweet spot on my Dynamesh. Obviously it changes for every model, depends on how big or small it is relatively in the scene. If you don't use a standard mesh, you've got to try and figure that out every time. Okay, right then, let's do some hair now. But let's put the hat on first because the hat's quite a critical detail, and obviously we'll style and shape the hair as well. In fact, I'll do the hair at the end because that's quite flowy and pose related. Best way of doing the hat. Get a big old floppy brim on it. That looks not too small. Yeah, a bit too small. That's about right, I think. Okay, I'm going to leave this so I can taper the edges. So I'm going to leave a bit of thickness to it, but the edges will taper down. I need to do the design on the underside, which shouldn't take me too much time. It's kind of vaguely reminiscent of a mushroom, actually, looking at it. So we get a bit of that's doing it. Right, we get a little bit of rotational symmetry going in, radial symmetry, rather. Bump that up to 100, change it to y-axis so I can go round and round. So I'm using the trim tool, and I just wanted to kind of just take the edge off a little bit. So I want to taper it down, create like a gradiated bevel. I want to leave a little bit of thickness on the edge. I don't want to take it to a point, so that's fine. Polish. Just helps to refine the shape of it. Okay, now on the underside, I need to let's just. So that bit just accounts for hair. Let's just leave that like that. Okay, we're just going to go around the outside now with, let's do maybe 16. Let's try 16 and see how it looks. Come on, let's type it. Okay, going to mask this off. Looks about right. Okay. Now there's a little wedge in the top, and then in the middle of that there's a little dot like that, kind of like a keyhole. Perfect. Okay, let's just extrude that up now. Lovely. Okay, right now then, I can bump my radial back up. I'm going to put a little rim around the outside of the hat. Oh, I don't need that actually. Do you know what? Let's actually save it, because this is a recipe for disaster, working this much and then not doing it. Not saving. Okay, let's get the cone part of the hat made. Divide that a few times, give it a bit of bit of texture. Remove the texture, we'll smooth it out. Okay, and that needs to be further down. It's about right. It's got the traffic cone look. I'm just going to do a little bit of a bend curve on it. Let's give it 600 resolution and then Dynamesh. Okay, and on the hat here we've got this, I imagine this is kind of like wrapped around, there's some kind of patterning going on, but we've got a, let's get the laser mace on. We've got a kind of, that kind of going on. So I just want to create this as a layer. Overhang going on at the end. Okay, let's just smooth that in. polish rather. Polish up that outer edge. Polish again, there we go. Right, now I've got to do a dodgy looking cap on the end, which looks rather sus to me. That could just be my brain working. That's not what I meant. Delete. That'll do. Oops, the laser mouse is too high. Okay, let's get a belt strap around that. Just put a little divot around there. Make it look more like a belt instead of just a band. I'm going to bring in one of my trusty stock pieces. Oh my god, I haven't got it loaded. What's wrong with me? Okay, if you ever watched me sculpt before, I've got a component library full of bits that I've made on previous things, and it helps to save a lot of time on sculpting to bring in little assets that you've used previously. I think buckle small is the one I'm after. Yep, that's the one. Coming almost perfectly scaled, that is. Almost. Okay, right, so we've got a little kind of mandala star type thing on the front of a hat. Don't know how that's supposed to be fixed, to be honest, so I might have to put a little extra band on a hat. So what I'll do is I'll just take this chunk here, we're going to extract that. Delete the internal geometry and get rid of this bit because I don't need it. Okay, I'm going to mirror and weld it to remove that little ridge. I'll just pull it out here. Perfect. Okay, I'm just going to go around sculpting on this now. I'm just going to turn it into like a kind of a cloth. I'm going to give it some texture, some overlapping like wrinkles and stuff. This is just a rough guide. Give that a dynamesh. Switch to orb cracks. I'm going to turn the intensity down to about 14, 15. Kind of where I want to be for cloth most of the time. And these are going to go both ways. We're going to invert the brush and use it in its intended way to carve in. And it's going to give us a little bit of enhanced texture. Shaping the top a touch. polish some of the edges here just to sharpen it up and crisp it up. Okay, right. So with that piece now I can use that to put my mandala pattern on. I'm going to insert a sphere. Divide it a couple of times. Dynamesh it. Shrink it down. Roll it over. Let's get our symmetry on. Oh, local symmetry because I've moved it. There we go. So radial count's going to go up. Let's just do a polish on the front just to kind of get rid of some of these. I don't know if you can see there's like a weird pattern on there to start with. I'm going to try and create a bit of a curve back on this, just to give it some dimension. I don't want it to be completely two-dimensional flat. That's right. I should have used a sphere in the thing that's on there, but it already kind of has this shape. Okay, so next thing to do, we're going to use the masking, I think. So mask off the dot in the circle. I need to take. I'm better off with normal symmetry on this, I think, rather than radial. Yeah, definitely. Okay, so we're going to take that, we're going to go No, I'm not bothered about the back end because it's not relevant for us. Sharpen that up. Okay, and what I'm going to do is that's it. Oh. Okay, we're just going to inflate them. I want to give it, that's it, some significant depth. That looks a little bit crazy at the moment, but it's going to make sense shortly. Okay, and then let's put this back in the centre, dead centre. So I'm going to take a little wedge like that off the top. Okay, right, so now I've got that little wedge like that. Let's taper that in. Let's go to home on it. This only works if I've got the it's almost perfect. Not quite, but it'll do. Let's merge all these together now. It's small enough on the model, I'm not going to concern myself with a minor deviation. And I can't really see it if I'm looking at it now, so I'm fairly happy with that. Okay, let's get this up on the hat then. I will say as well, I don't know if the symbology of this symbol thing I'm doing here is relevant in any way at all to the story or to this character or the faction, or if it's just a random design that the artist Alex put on the hat. So unfortunately guys, I can't, if you've got any questions about that, I can't answer that if I wanted to. Oops. Okay, right. I want to make sure that's extruded all the way back into the hat, because otherwise it's going to open me up to a world of pain when it comes to supports later. Save, now that's done. Let's get these saves going regularly. Toby over on Facebook, good morning matey, hope you're doing well. Adam, for yourself likewise. Save. Right, and then we've got this like leaf type design going on. So let's choose a cylinder again. Most things can start as either cylinders or spheres depending on what they're going to be. Shrink the thickness down. Activate Z symmetry. I'm just going to make this into like a... Oh, hang on. So I didn't want any X symmetry on, but it's fine. Divide it a couple of times, delete the lowers, bump up the Dynamesh resolution. Right, and then I need to just do a border around the outside, so I'm going to mask it. Okay, I only want the front side to be masked, so I'm just going to mask the back off solid. Let's get symmetry off. That one there, then we'll bring the next one round. Let's actually just thin it a touch. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. There we go. And then I need a little mini one. Right, there are some tricky aspects to this drawing. I don't know if you've noticed them on the illustration or not, but there's some bits that are actually not attached to the character. Mostly around like the waist area and the by the kind of the big cape strip things. We've got these like diamonds that are like free floating, so I need to kind of create some kind of like magical effect around her. thinking about some kind of like swirling, swooshing vortex kind of thing. I think I've overdone it on the rim on the edge, so I just need to smooth that down a bit. I've thickened it up, but I've thickened it too much at the edge, which I didn't really want to do, but that's not worked, has it? What's going on there? Oh dear. What the hell happened there? I've got to give a shout out to Adam as well. He's done his first complete model, following the advice I gave him, like copying the Games Workshop one, so he can learn about proportion and style. And I think it's safe to say it was a learning experience. If anybody else is thinking about getting into sculpting, I'd definitely recommend it. So take a model that you like from a manufacturer who is well established and you know has got credentials and pedigree, so someone like Games Workshop is a good example. You know they've got a team of art directors and whatever behind everything that goes out. Nothing's just getting thrown out because you know you say it's okay kind of thing. I'm just going to have to push the inside of the hat up a touch. Whoa dear, that's really hardcore. Let's just reduce the yes, let's say go and find a model you really like, whose style you want to kind of emulate, and copy it as closely as you possibly can. And in that way, when you finish, you can print it off, compare it to the original, and see how close you are to achieving the details. And what you'll probably find is that you're actually probably quite a way off, which is, you know, what Adam found. There were some distinct differences between the original model and what Adam had made, but he identified all of them, and obviously that goes into the next sculpt then as a learning point. So it's very, very, very worthwhile doing. I think it stressed him out a little bit, to be honest, but it's I'm sure he's learned a valuable lesson from that first sculpt. I'm really looking forward to seeing what he does with his next one. He's just a little bit too flat at the moment, so I'm just giving him a little bit of interest. To change the shape of Lily's hat. So I want the green axis going horizontally on this one. I'm going to go to bend curve, and it should bring, yep, it has. Oh no, totally wrong way. So it's the blue dimension is the one I want to be facing forwards. Oh, it's still doing it. I'll just have to rotate the hat once it's finished then. Right, so we're going to take that. Oh, actually I need more than that, don't I? There we go. I think I'm going to bring one of these sides right up, and the other side can be a little bit lower. So it's worth, when you're doing this, use the lowest number of nodes as you possibly can to begin with, and then increase the nodes as you think you need more control. So okay, that looks crazy at the moment, that looks mental, so let's just get this back into Gizmo. Let's rotate it while we've got a chance. Okay, let's lock this hat together. so we'll tilt it. Okay, that's the hat done. Let's just do a quick save. Well, next major bit of detail, I suppose, will be the could be boots, could be the torso. Let's do the torso first. Okay, so I don't need to change much about the actual body shape here. So, go away. Just mask off here like that. And then that, I think. And then we'll extract no worries, mate. You say fluffing it, you mean she's like making it look pretty, or you're just getting it wrong? It was good, thanks, mate. It was a busy weekend. I'm aching like no one's business today. Cause after jumping on stream with Kev on Saturday, I went on to do the bed build for my daughter. It turns out 18mm thick MDF by the sheet weighs a ton. So I'm lugging it around, kind of doing all the. I think, in fact, do you know what? I've got a couple of pictures. Let me show you. There's a the photos I'm going to show you. It looks like the wood's all bent and wonky, but it really isn't. And the reason looks bent and wonky is because I had to use a wide-angle lens to get it in because the room's so small. So that's the thing. Basically, all I've got to do at the moment now is just rub down the filler that I've put everywhere. This is like all the screw holes, all the little cracks and seams in the MDF. But all of this stuff just weighed so much. I mean, it looks really bent and wonky in places, but honestly it's just the camera lens. So yes, sense of achievement now. It's absolutely killed me though. I've got to get it sanded and painted tonight now. How was your weekend, Bunker? Did you get up to much? Lovely seeing you on Kev's stream too. Cheers, matey. I'm rather pleased with myself, I have to say. Taking all the carpentry lessons I've ever learnt from my dad, and I think I've used every single one of them. Every single bit of carpentry skill I've ever learned from my dad has been applied into that build. Oh, speaking of my dad, by the way, he's popping over to say hello tomorrow, so he's coming up for a visit, so I'm not going to be able to stream tomorrow. And then Wednesday, I've got a meeting in Nottingham with Mark and Andy at Futsal. which again I won't be able to stream on Wednesday, and I may do a stream on Thursday instead. But for Thursday I've got to do my I've got to go to my Nipper's Christmas nativity play at 10 o'clock in the morning, so it'll probably be a later start on the stream that day. Probably won't be starting until like probably about lunchtime. Yeah, if you're ever doing any MDF type stuff like that, it's well worth getting the builders merchants to cut the stuff for you. It's alright. You do what? You knocked the teeth down the manticore's throat last night. You missed the stage. The head's in 8 parts and you missed 2 of them, mate. Oof. There's nothing worse than being a bloke and not following the instructions. There's no need, is there, though, for like the head of a monster to be 8 pieces, especially when it's as small as it actually is. Next time, Bunker, tell me what it is. Tell me what it is you want, and I'll send you I'll sculpt one for you. Oh, I've got more these crystal collapse models I need to actually get painted. I'm tempted to do them as like a stream of an evening, like a whiskey and paint session. Just fangs and no teeth. Can you not no, you won't be able to undo it now. I bet you use Plastic World, haven't you? What do you reckon? Shall I do a live stream whiskey and paint session? Or shall I just paint and get them done? Use quick setting, tell me a fin. So you didn't have a chance at all to try and salvage it or anything. But you were cursing yourself, weren't you? What they call them tumours that people have that are made up of like hair and teeth. They find them in people's stomachs, don't they? It's like, your manticore's got one of them now, hasn't he? What do you reckon people want to see the painting? More importantly, what whiskey do I use with it? Because I've got about 6 or 7 at the moment. I've got a nice Japanese Suntory. We've got a bottle of Sexton's. Got one called Hellstones. What are you sending me there, Bunker? Oh my god, that massive... Okay, so Bunker's... This is what Bunker's been painting and making. This is what we're talking about on stream at the moment, where he says he's glued the teeth inside the mouth. So, this manticore here, and this giant orc wyvern thing, are the same price. Loving the tinsel, Bunker. Very festive. I need to put my Christmas lights up on my office actually. I'll get them up later on and take a little picture and pop it in the Discord. I should get myself a little mini Christmas tree for my office, I think, but this year, because we're doing the petition, I still haven't finished it, so because I'm putting the petition up and everything, my office is in a bit of disarray at the moment. I haven't really got the capacity for a Christmas tree right now. I should get them out, because I got me nice Christmas baubles, haven't I? The ones I made last year, the year before. Right, let's inflate these. What happened there? Ah, that's what happened. Let's just clean the top line up here because this is obviously inflated upwards. It's a bit what's the word? A bit more rounded than I wanted on the edge. It's going to sharpen up the edge. Right, some of these internal lines here, they just need a little bit of clean up as well. So it's going to just run down these, just polish them and shape them. Careful not to take too much off or add too much to it. Or change the shape of it, I just want to tidy the line up. that should be sufficient, I think. Let's just give her a little little defined edge here. Hey Riz, how you doing, matey? You had a good weekend, dude? There we go. Now this isn't actual ridge, as in like a bit of trim or anything like that. It's just a kind of a line just to differentiate the edge of the, call it like a leotard maybe. That'll do. And then we're going to go and add the I don't even know what you call it. Tokyo, take a guess, mate. Well, I say, I hope you've had a good weekend. Presumably. What you get up to, nice, mate? Very nice, mate, very nice. So that is very, very different to the life of a 40-year-old with 2 kids. See, I'm not a fan of Starbucks on that. I'd much rather go for like, I'm not a fan of Costa or anything either, or Nero. I'd rather go for like an independent coffee shop if I was going to go out for a coffee. I always think Starbucks and Costa are just overrated. Oh yeah. Doesn't sound very Japanese. Is that Yeah, they do, mate. They really do. Like me and Hayley, when we went to on Thursday, I think it was, we popped into Solihull just to go and get a few bits for that she needed for like the kids, you know, like the teachers' Christmas presents kind of thing. Getting the kids' teachers a little present. Get some of that and a couple of things she needed for like school lessons. And we popped into Nero. Like I said, not a fan of them usually, but we popped into Nero in the town centre because I didn't fancy the Starbucks or Costa, and Nero was like en route on the way home. So we popped in there and had a coffee and a little lattice pastry thing, caramelised onion and goat's cheese, I think was the one. No, caramelised onion brie was one of them. That was nice, to be fair. And the other one was like Gouda and something, Gouda and ham, I think it was. It was there, you know. They were nice lattices, to be honest. But like for two coffees and 2 lattices, it's like 18 quid. Do you know what I mean? It's like sharp end of 20 quid, and we've just had a drink and a pasty kind of thing, and it's like, how's this 18 quid? I know. And the coffees weren't anything like, you know, special. There was a, you know, caramel latte kind of thing, but I mean, I get obviously there's, you know, they've got overheads they've got to deal with, and you know, got to make a profit and all this kind of stuff. But I just think sometimes you pay through the nose, don't you? And it's, I mean, I've got my Dolce Gusto coffee machine in my office, and it makes a nice brew. I haven't used it in ages actually. It's about 20 pence a cup. I normally buy the flat white capsules for it. But the only reason I get those ones is because like when you have a cappuccino one, you have to faff around with 2 pods. If you go for the flat white, it's, yeah. I used to have a proper one with like you put the coffee grinds in and all that kind of stuff, with the milk steamer. I'd like to get one of them again, to be honest, but I don't have space for it at the moment. I can't have it in my office because I don't have a water supply, so. My Dolce Gusto is perfect because I can just bring a jug of water down, top it up, you know, and off we go. You got what, a drip coffee grinder? Is that the there used to be, I used to live in Tamworth years ago, and there's a farmer's market out there. They used to come in I think it was like every Thursday or every Friday into the town centre, and there was a woman there who also used to sell the coffees, and they used to get this really nice one, and it was Irish cream infused coffee beans. So like you grind the coffee, and it your coffee's got this like taste of Baileys about it already. So I'll tell you what, a latte with a slug of Baileys in it is a thing of beauty, man. I still drink like maybe 2 or 3 cups a day, I suppose. Right, so I need to do get these in rough first, and then I'll refine and tweak the shapes. Get them properly pointed. This one, and there's one, let me show you him. Mr. Powder is the last one. So he's already here part done, I think. Yeah. So basically I've just got to make his gun. I've got to stretch him out a bit because he's at the wrong scale. He's 32mm, not 40mm. So I've got to do his gun, do his head. And then he's just finish up his sleeves, and he shouldn't take too long to do. And then obviously Lilly, who I'm working on now, she's the last character that's going to be included in the box as a starter faction. Well, I say included in the box, if you choose that faction at least. But yeah, game's ready to rock now. I've got the English version of the rulebook as well, which I'm just going through, just doing the translation verification, just to make sure everything's carried over correctly. Everything reads fluently. It's looking very, very, very good. Vong and Max have done a fantastic job on it. And I've got my tablet in the house, so of an evening I can get doing some 15mm jobbies. You waiting for some replies? Sorry, mate. I didn't realise. I heard your reply. I don't think so. Oh yeah, I just gave you a load of thumbs ups, didn't I, mate? Sorry. Yeah, I just give you loads of thumbs ups, and I forgot to actually reply to you. Sorry, mate. Now I think you're right about the content and making sure we've got some stuff. So get some stuff in for stretch goals, some variants and things. I think we go for adventurers as well, because I think the adventurers are going to be key. Obviously we don't need to worry about kind of stretching out and giving people things for other campaigns and other uses just at the moment, but we do want to make sure that we want people to be able to play the game, so we need to make sure, yeah, we got plenty of time, mate. We need to make sure we've got a few a few heroes available for them. So I'm thinking what I might do is... Oh, you absolute spudge rocket. Come on. Fucking Zbrush. Oh, I don't know what I've got quick saved and what I actually saved. We'll find out now, won't we? Guys, for the avoidance of doubt, Zbrush is a dick. Really? The entire body piece? I'm sure I saved it after I did the torso. Oh, for chuff's sake. There you go. Let that be a lesson. Save after each new bit. Nothing I love more than redoing half an hour's worth of work, eh? Zbrush, you absolute bastard. Drow's a funny one. So a lot of the warriors and stuff are male, but most of the senior characters in Drow society are female. So the female, it's a matriarchal society where women have all the power. So the men are like second-rate citizens, and they're basically you do get them as mages, you do get them as you know, like leaders and things like that, but only in a kind of military capacity usually. So like they're still answering to the females. So it's, in terms of like actual quantity, when you're trying to put them on a table, you're going to have a 50-50 mix of both, I would say. But if you've got an important character who's like a, you know, a leader of some kind, chances are they're going to be female. They may not be. In a kind of a combat capacity, you may find like a male kind of leading a party. But I would dare say that with the I've not seen what they've. I heard they've changed the Drow in the latest edition, actually, because they've there's this whole thing about basically they're just evil because they're evil, and they don't want to be portraying that kind of, not stereotyping, but you know, that kind of narrative. I think it's lazy writing as well, to be fair, to just say they're evil because they're evil. It always annoys me in TV shows when you've got a bad guy, and why are they a bad guy? Oh, because they're just evil. Do you know what I mean? It's like, is that right? Like, we're watching Harry Potter at the moment with Jacob, and so far as Voldemort goes, as far as I can figure, he's just evil because he's evil. I've not seen any kind of like, and I could be wrong. There might be something in there, but there doesn't appear to be kind of like something that made him go evil or motivate him. Do you know what I mean? He's a bad guy because he's a bad guy, and I don't like that. Actually, far prefer like the way that, I don't know if you've ever seen the Dragon Prince, but But the way the Dragon Prince handles the bad guys, actually, it's situational, and I quite like the idea of that. So you have like characters who they're fulfilling the part of the bad guys, but they're in themselves not bad people, if that makes sense. They're good people doing bad things for the right reasons, if that makes sense. Or for reasons that are right for them, if that makes sense. Like the whole greater good kind of thing. Oh, my leg is going dead, man. Oh. Right, so I'm going to inflate that, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to delete the internal geometry like I normally would. instead, I'm going to polish the edges. She looks a bit too hench now, doesn't she? So let's just... Smoothing on this. What's going on there? You cycled too hard in the cold. How cold is it over there, man? You've been down the shop for your snacks. No snacks. You're on a sugar fast. Just cutting it out altogether, or at certain times of night. Do you know, I saw something the other day, and this is like crazy, but I didn't actually know this. So I was hearing it for the first time, and it makes a lot of sense to me now. But so you go and eat a load of sugary stuff, your body produces insulin, and I thought insulin was just your body's way of dealing with the sugar, but apparently the insulin is actually there. It's to give your body the instruction to basically stop burning any other forms of energy source and focus itself on the sugar. So basically the sugar you've just consumed, the insulin is telling your body to use this as your immediate source of energy now. So eating sugary stuff is actually stopping your body from metabolizing and burning the fats and stuff that your body's otherwise working through. So if you're actually on a diet, having anything sugary or carby or anything else is going to trigger that insulin response. And I think a loaf, like white bread, obviously has got a lot of sugar content because of the carbohydrates. Apparently brown bread's got even more. So if you're on a diet, don't think doing brown bread is going to help. So it's got more fibre and it's got more of that kind of stuff in there. But I mean, beyond that, there's actually a higher sugar content in brown bread. And this isn't like saying it's it's been added to brown bread and that's why. This is just natural in the makeup of the grain. Yeah, I genuinely didn't know about the insulin being the kind of the trigger mechanism to. Well, that's it. Your body's got to process out the sugars, hasn't it? And that's what the insulin is telling it to do. And I suppose that's why with diabetes it's an issue, because obviously your body's not producing the insulin. That's why you can see people who are overweight with diabetes, because they're eating this sugar and the body's not processing it as energy. I've never really linked, you know what I mean, I'd never kind of drawn that kind of conclusion. I kind of always thought it was that, you get overweight and that causes the insulin issues and that's what causes diabetes, etc, etc. I think that is still the case, isn't it? That is part of the problem. But they can compound each other is the interesting bit to me. You get overweight and get your diabetes, and then that means you can't produce the insulin, or don't properly produce the insulin, and that in itself means that you eat sugary stuff, and then that's going to get, instantly stored as fat because your body's not getting a trigger to use it as an energy source. Yeah, I found it all very interesting when I was finding out about this stuff the other day. Hey Dennis, how we doing, matey? You want to cut out sugar completely? I'll be honest, I'm thinking about doing it myself, but then Christmas is like here now, so I know we've got all this like nice tasty food that's coming up. I'm like, what's the point in starting to put myself through that right now when you're going to have surrounded by temptation? So I think I'll ride out Christmas and then start for the new year. Not as a New Year's resolution or anything like that, just as a thing. Because I saw there was a celebrity, I can't remember who it was now, it was basically saying that they accidentally gave up sugar. It's like they literally just run out of snacks in the house and then or run out of sugar for like the tea or something like that, and then just started drinking the tea without sugar, and then didn't end up buying it for like 2 or 3 weeks or something like that, and ended up weaning themselves off sugar. So you feel pretty rough for a couple of days, and then felt loads better ever since. What's that? The only two things you drank this morning: coffee in the morning, and the rest of the day and evening water. Oh, see, I get through, like, if I drink tea. So this morning I've had a cup of Red Bush, you know, the rooibos with lemon and a bit of honey. And I've had a coffee. But I haven't been eating, I haven't been like snacking and stuff lately either, which is weird. Not for any reason in particular, just normally you go into the kitchen or whatever it is and the instinct is to grab a snack. And I've just been kind of like, nah, I just won't today. I won't do it now. There's not really any reason for it. I just found myself saying no to snacks and treats. Not all the time, but more often than not. Gotta love a Red Bush bunker. Yeah, it's funny, man. People come around to our house for a drink, for like a cup of tea or whatever, and it's like, you got any normal tea instead of that weird shit you drink. Nice. Yeah, when you get into your 40s and 50s, I think you're gonna feel it more, aren't you? You're gonna see the effects on you kind of far more immediately than you would otherwise. I like the phrase self-contained wargamer, Dennis. Now, the thing is, do you have solo rules that you can use? You see the light when you climb the stairs. Is that the one at the top of the landing, mate? Or you being metaphorical? I tell you, this bed build over the weekend's killed me, mate. Because, like, honestly, until you start working with the stuff, you don't realise how heavy 18mm thick MDF can be. And, like, it's the first time I've used MDF in absolutely ages that hasn't had little charred edges because it's been laser cut. Do you know what I mean? So, well, that's it. It's a bargain, isn't it, now, Dennis? Everything's free once you've got your own 3D printer. Except you have to buy the resins and filaments and stuff, of course. Right, let's inflate these. Polish them. Just trim up the edges. 2 weeks extra hours. Over what period? Over summer. Well, guys, I'm gonna have to just put you guys on a BRB because I skipped breakfast this morning talking about healthy lifestyles and all that kind of stuff. I skipped breakfast. I've got some beef in the fridge that is begging to be put on a sandwich. So I'm gonna go and get an unhealthy slab of white bread, a good dollop of mustard. I'm going to slam that together and sate my hunger cravings. So I'm just put you on a BRB screen, guys. And yeah, go and have a little head over to the web store, go buy some stuff. Let's get you a discount code so you got 24% off. Is that right? Oh, it's not bloody working, is it? I haven't even logged into my thing that gives me all the triggers and stuff. That's why I didn't get the notification when I got the raid in earlier. Silly me. It's weird, Streamlabs is telling me my user account doesn't exist. What is going on? Oh, do you know what? I probably logged in with that, do you know? Oh, for God's sake. What bloody authenticator? I should be streaming. I think the wife's picking the kids up today, so I should be alright to go until it's finished. Hopefully. Oh, come on. Right, let's try the old discount code now. Hooray! You guys all see that? Is that on stream now? Yeah, go use that one in the web store, lionstower.com. Get yourself 25% off. All the streams running. Right, I'm going to go grab my sandwich now, and I'll be back in a minute, guys. Shan't be long. Don't go away. Hey guys. Well, that was a little bit of a longer break than I'd anticipated, because I got in a house and I saw Jacob's PE kit hanging up by the front door. And I remember the words my wife said to me as she was leaving the house this morning, which was, Jacob's got PE this afternoon, don't forget his PE kit. And I thought, I'm going to be in the doghouse, so luckily I've got time, so jump in the car quick, whiz it down to the school, get back, and then run around like a maniac. So, nothing like getting your heart pumping with a little bit of unexpected exercise. So luckily the school's like 2 minutes down the road, so yeah, at least I remembered eventually. Forgot his clarinet last week, and last week I remembered. The week before we forgot his clarinet. The clarinet lessons on a Tuesday, the whole class does, and he ended up playing a glue stick instead. Remember the old if you got your PE kit, you got to do it in your vest and pants kind of thing. I'm definitely not allowed to do that anymore, are they? So, sleeves done. Let's get on to legs now. Okay, so right, let's just do the trim around the top of this. Smooth out some of these weird bits that have happened in the extraction. Not sure why, but the legs appear to have gained cellulite for some reason. Or at least something akin to it, like some odd surface texture. Yeah, you're right, Bunker. The stream should run till 2:30, give or take. If the wife's picking the kids up, I'll go till probably about 4ish maybe. So we'll just have to see. Depends if she's back. Yeah, if I'm pushing it to the wire and I've got to get the kids, I might stay until 3 o'clock. So I want this model finished today, ideally. So. Dennis, earlier on, mate, you were talking about doing loads of overtime and stuff. What was that? What was the context of that again? Sorry. Legs. Let's just take the lower part of the legs. Right, boots. Let's just change the shape of the feet so they match the boots already. That'll give me a bit of a easier job. Hey Steffi, how you doing? Good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining the stream tonight. Let's do boot extraction now. Shape right at the front. I should say as well the artwork. Oh, for one model. Typically, last week I did a couple of models that were finished inside of 3 hours. Generally 4 to 6, I'd say. So this one I started 2.5 hours ago, give or take, maybe 2 hours. So I was chatting a bit before I started. So this is about 2 hours work so far. Last week's ones where it was 3 hours, there was a halfling druid and a halfling bandit, I think? No, thief, burglar. Burglar, that was it, halfling burglar. You enjoying the music? Or you liking scratching on the Tell me about it. I have to try and stop myself falling asleep sometimes. It's quite difficult sometimes. So when I've had a long night and I'm in here trying to get some stuff done, it can be quite difficult to try and work without nodding off. Especially if nobody on stream's chatting. If you guys are talking to me and I'm engaging with you, it's easy. But when it's just me in the zone, just focusing, there's times when I'm kind of feeling myself nodding off. Tell me about it. That's it. If I sleep now, I'm paying for it later. And now I want to play Borderlands. Let's just punch these. Yeah, let me just show you actually, because I've got the rest of them on here. Let me just save this, just so I don't lose it, because Zbrush has crapped out on me and died once already today. I lost about 20 minutes worth of work. Right, so characters we've got in the game so far. So left to right, Kingdom of Varland. We have Joshua. We got Lysara. So he's a dragoon, she's a paladin. Well, we'll have them up on pre-order soon, and we'll be looking to ship them sometime after Christmas and early New Year. We got the King, Hector. He's a bit of a badass. We've got Naggled. We've got Victoria. Forgot her name for a second then. We've got Corrado. We've got little brother Roland. Fina. Hannah. Taro. Gil. He's a big old unit, he is. We've got our little Hob Killer Goblin Slayer. And then obviously we've got Lilly to be added to this little pot. So the Basalia faction in the middle here will be complete with her added. So we've got Giza to the right, Varland to the left, and then smack in the middle we have our Basalias. Okay. Where was I at? Yeah, you gotta love a mage with a big hat. Speaking of big hats. Yeah, to be honest, I mean, there's no bad characters in there. They've all been like defined and designed nicely, refined. They've got that proper JRPG feel about them. So yes, we're just going to crack on, get these ones done. I've got to move on to painting them then. So I need to do some painting streams. I've got to get these. I've got a bunch of them done. I think Corrado's almost finished. Joshua's almost finished. Lisa's very, very nearly finished. I keep working on them and I'm moving between them, so I'm going to get them all finished and painted and ready to rock. Drow with fishnets. Would I say yes or no to that? Why not, mate? Yeah, do it. If you can pull it off at least. It's a tricky thing to try and execute on a miniature. It tends to be something people tend to paint on rather than sculpt on. Well, yeah, I mean that is the point. To be fair, I mean we've designed the entire game based around the aesthetics of things like Final Fantasy Tactics and our favourite JRPGs. And one of the things we're going to be running is the Mercenary of the Month Club, which will be a subscription service. So this is where Hobkiller comes in, the Goblin Slayer model. So it's going to be like our homage to our favourite RPG games. So what we should be doing is every month you'll get you pay a tenner a month, and then this model's going to rock up and land on your doorstep, and you're not going to know what it is, but you just know it's going to be cool. And it'll be like our homage to our favourite JRPGs, and I want to do some of the characters from like the Tales of series. We want to do some Final Fantasy type characters. Get some, maybe a little bit of Barrett and Cloud. We could do a little bit of Nier maybe. Let's say Fire Emblem. Secret of Mana. And we'll drop some characters from those kinds of games. And they'll be like basically like limited edition, so you'll get them for the month that they're available, and that's it. But we don't want to tell anybody what's going on, so we want you guys to all help us keep it a secret, and like not post anything on social media, so that everybody gets it at the same time, and everybody's kind of got that little bit of buzz and excitement to look forward to. So what's going to be in the post this week? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I want to do a little bit of what's the name as well? Velvet, Velvet Crow. Definitely Yuri. Oh, and Rapide as well. Rapide. Yeah, that's it. So we're not going to tell you what it is. We might drop some clues, see if you can kind of figure it out and guess. But you're not going to see it before it gets shipped. You won't be told what it is. All you'll know is you're getting a little box of awesome rocking up on your doorstep, and it'll be a little hobby project to tide you over to the next month. And then we'll be doing like season packs. So the season packs for the game, what we're doing is a living story. So we'll have a story written up to a point, and then we'll do a couple of scenarios that feature certain characters. And the scenarios will be designed to advance that character story. And then what we'll do is we'll say to you, right, we've got a window of opportunity of 2 months, and and we want you to basically play this scenario and then tell us what happens in it. So do the key characters live or die? Do they achieve their objectives or not? And when we get all the feedback from everybody, we'll aggregate all the results. And we'll say, like, you know, Corrado, for example, overwhelmingly has, you know, say 60-70% of the time in the campaigns he's died. Then we're going to kill him off in the story. So we'll literally write him out of the game. If somebody survives more often than not, then obviously they live on and we'll kind of continue their story. If they achieve their objective, then that becomes canon. And the story will advance appropriately. Yeah, it's a lot. It's nice. Oh, there's a team of us doing it, so it's not just me on my own. I'll be sculpting away, beavering away on the sculpts. Max is writing content and doing the scenarios, and then the plan is that we'll have. We're looking at getting somebody like August Nakamura, hopefully, to basically then take the monthly or the season story and turn it into a comic book, like a graphic novel. And then we'll obviously have a series of graphic novels and stuff. Yeah, you'll still be able to play the characters. The characters won't be taken off the shelves, they just won't be part of the canon story anymore. So if we end up killing a character off who's quite popular, obviously that kind of might bum people out. But ultimately, it's you know, it's because that's the way the dice have been rolled at the time, unfortunately. But if you're doing casual play, then you'll be able to use them. The only time they won't feature is actually like in the story going forwards. So it kind of gives you incentive to play well with your favourite characters, I suppose, and try and keep them alive. But we're hoping it will give people a nice bit of engagement and kind of keep them involved, because obviously we'll have the game will drop when we put the pre-orders up shortly. The new stuff, the game release will follow into the new year, probably end of Q1. So what we're saying, maybe March, possibly April at a push, but March time, hopefully, we should be shipping. So everybody will get their stuff in March, and then maybe we look at like 6 months to let you get your feet under the table, get your head around the game, get a few games under your belt, and then we'll launch Season 1. So it gives us a 6-month run up to get it ready, get some models made. And in the meantime, we'll be doing regular drops. Like we've got some Sky Pirate faction planned. So once I finish these guys and the sculpting's done and the painting's done and I'm up to speed on all of that, the next thing I'll be doing is jumping on board with the Sky Pirates, because we've got a next faction ready to rock. Yeah, it's got to be done, hasn't it? If we're going down the JRPG route, we've got to have the Sky Pirates. So this will be like the, you know, like Balthier and Fran, is it from, is it Fran? From Final Fantasy 12, I want to say. Was it 12? I think it was 12. Yeah. I thought it was. No, not really. I mean, there's an element of stylisation you have to do, obviously, because you know, with all that little fine detail, it kind of wants to get eaten up and lost when you print it. But the way I do the models, we basically will exaggerate all the detail, so all of those little fine details, they end up thicker. I'll show you an example in a minute, actually. In fact, the example I'll show you will be one that's a character that's going to be coming into the game as well. Because I had I had the same guy design the character for me. Let me just show you. That's what I've got it here. So I did the Warlock. So if I show you the artwork. I don't have the artwork actually, but yeah, here she is. So it'll be a similar kind of situation to this. Now she's going to be getting remade as less as a diorama piece and actually as a character for the game. She's going to be featuring in it. So we've got like the tiefling style character who's a warlock. She's got the belt strap type bits going on. So she's already made, she just needs reposing and rescaling, because she was a 75mm diorama piece at the moment. And again, you can see the belts are quite thick, they're chunkied up a bit to account for the scale. So when we put her into 40mm scales, she'll just some of those belt straps have to just thicken up a touch. But it'll work all right. Shouldn't be any major issues. But she's already in the rule book. She is as a piece of art, because the guy who did the artwork for that character for me is the guy who did all our Crystal Collapse artwork, all our character art, and it's in the same style. So we just said we'll just use it. We'll just use the character, put her in. Well, yeah, that's it. Originally, I had the teapot floating, I think, and then I decided I was going to kind of use the tail to do it. Obviously, she's a tiefling. Yeah, that's a quasit, mate. The bringer of biscuits, I called him. Little quasit minion. What's going on here? I've got some ugly shit going on with that. Let's just straighten that out. Yeah, the quasit butler, and we had the what's his name? Seymour, the carnivorous plant, eyeballing the quasit, ready to eat him. You can't really see on the plate here, but he's got like a bourbon biscuit, a couple of chocolate digestives. I can't remember what else I put on there now. All my favourite biscuits, basically. They're all on his plate. There you go. Custard cream, Fox's crunch creams. That's down to the warlock to kick this plant into shape, I think. Yeah, I quite enjoyed that one, to be fair. It was a little novelty bit, but it was like it made the it helped to kind of like advance the whole project, I think. I wish I'd have spent more time on getting them all like polished up and finished off, I think. it'd been nice to have finished the whole diorama on that. Got all the characters done and a nice big ass bookcase. I think it needed a scene. But I put it in as a stretch goal. We never met the stretch goal, so I didn't end up doing it. That's the danger of a Kickstarter, I suppose, isn't it? But it's also one of the reasons we're not doing a Kickstarter for Crystal Collapse. We've already said we're just going to go straight to pre-order with it. We don't want any risk elements in there, do you know what I mean? We want you guys to know that when you order the game, you're getting it. Yeah, we've gone backwards and forwards on it a little bit, to be honest. At one point we were going to do Kickstarter, then we were going to do pre-order, then we decided we'd go back to Kickstarter, and then we backed off the old Kickstarter idea on the basis that there's been a few high-profile companies that have let the side down, and they've failed to deliver projects that they funded. And then obviously the whole thing then kind of falls on its arse, doesn't it? So people lose faith in it. You don't know. They don't know if they're going to get the stuff, so they don't want to back a Kickstarter, and then we lose potential backers. Whereas we just said, obviously, if we do it the way we're doing it, and at least that way we can assure people they're going to get their products. People know they're going to get it, and they also know that there's no risk on their part. But we're going to run the project like a Kickstarter, you know, with the updates and stuff anyway. So, yeah, we'll keep Max busy. We'll keep me busy. Where's it gone? There we are. That's it, we'll get him grafting. I'm really looking forward to it coming out now, to be honest. It's been a long time coming. We've been talking about it and like working on it for a couple of years now. A bit longer than that, I think. Nearly 3 years I think we've been working on this. And obviously he's had Nanolith in the meantime. He's had to kind of like focus in and make sure that's delivered and is working. I've had other stuff going on as well, so it's been a little bit of a mix of priorities. And I think we've got to a point now where actually looking at it, the game quality is, you know, frankly amazing. If I do say so myself. I should put a feet on, shouldn't I, so I can actually see what I'm doing here. So Steph, you a friend of Max's then, or working with him, or? Thank you. I think Max has done an amazing job actually doing the game. Like every time I've played it, it's changed a little bit, and every time I've played it, I've enjoyed it that bit more. And I'm just doing the English proof of the final version of the rules at the moment, and I'm really, like, I can see where the changes have been made. I can see why they've been made. Everything's kind of working out really well. I'm loving the additions. You know, all of the stuff he's put into the game is just brilliant. And I'm really looking forward to. I don't know if you know it's coming or not, but we've got some AI monster mechanics going in. So that as well as having player versus player, you can do a little bit of the old solo play against monsters and stuff. The thing for me with the game as well, which, I mean, we spoke about this really early on as one of the main priorities for me. It's like my son's 8. I think he was like 6 or 7 when we started, obviously, when we were discussing this originally. And we played Zombicide, and he got really into Zombicide, and within a couple of rounds of playing it, he got the basic rules down and he knew what he was doing. And then my niece's boyfriend came round, and he came and had a game with us, and it was my son who taught him to play, and he'd only played a couple of rounds himself. And I'm like, this is what our game needs to be like. Crystal Collapse needs to be so easy that a 6-year-old can pick it up. But then have layers and layers and layers of strategy in there. And I believe that Max has delivered that. I think he's really done a fantastic job of it, and I think he's nailed it. And so it sounds like you've played the game, so I hope you will agree. Oh, turds. Pressed the wrong button. Oh, I've done that. I do need to know. You see, guys, I'm gonna read this whole quote for everybody who's on Twitch and on YouTube watching this. Steffi's on Facebook says, I saw Max post in a German tabletop group, and because I like the art style, I write him, and we talk a lot about Crystal Collapse. He let me test the game, and I've become instantly addicted. Now, if that isn't an absolute kind of championing of the game, I don't know what is. I've seen, to be honest, all the feedback I've seen from everybody who's played the game has been overwhelmingly positive. And I think what we need to be doing now, and I've said this to Max, we need to get more gameplay out in public and get people seeing it and playing it and showing it off, so that people can kind of get behind it. Because I think the more people that play it, the more people will grow to love it. But yeah, that's it. That's what we want. Instant addicts. Oh, go away. The hat's so big I can't see the feet now. Where's your hat? There it is. Need to make sure I've got enough room at the toe to be able to get the little detail on. Now, it's nice to have people who've played the game on here actually, because I know we were looking at running some beta testing on the Discord server, going through the what do we call it now? Tabletop Simulator. That was it, Tabletop Simulator. Oops. Oh no, we're stuffing. I was just saying we had. It's nice to have people who have played the game on stream. So obviously it's okay showing people it, but like to have somebody who's played the game firsthand and can kind of vouch for it as well is just really nice. It's not just me saying how good it is. It's other people can kind of vouch for it. Adam, good morning, matey. How are you today? I'll tell you, if I had the camera on now, I'm just drunk. Thanks, Adam. Yeah, easy to learn but hard to master. Oh, sorry, I've just had a massive gulp of my my tea. I've got tea with about 6 slices of lemon in it, and I've left the tea bag in. I don't know if you've ever done it where you have a cup of tea, you leave the tea bag in, and the tea bag flies out and slaps you in the face. I've just got slapped in the face with a wet tea bag while I'm trying to kind of like sculpt. I've spilt tea all down myself. God, I feel special. Ow. Well, so the boot's done. Let's turn everything back on. Right. No, it's just me failing at life, I think, mate. Proper went up my nose and everything it did. Okay, so let's get upper legs now. The bit around the hips, I think, is the next bit. It's where save it, because it crashed when I was doing this last time, and I've got a fear it's going to get there again and do the same thing. Close holes, auto groups. Oh yes, that's it. I've already had one crash. Lost about 20 minutes worth of work. I think it was thinking about auto-saving at the point when it crashed out on me. You know how Zbrush goes when it's thinking about doing something like saving your file. That's the point when it's most likely to drop out on you. Right, it's going to merge the legs into the tights. Just so I can get a bit of meat on her. Oh, you're building your own board, are you, Steph? Oh, do you know, you need to come into our... are you in our Discord server? Do you use Discord? I've got a load of stuff here I need to use to... Oh, guys, let me just mute you a sec, 'cause I've got the wife calling. Give me a second, guys. So right, guys, she's back. Well, I say she's back. She's finished work, but she's not coming home. She's off out to a friend's house. I say a friend. PTA. Yes, definitely. There's a channel on the Discord server for Crystal Collapse. In fact, there's a section for Crystal Collapse. Let me just pull it up on screen. I'll show you. So we've got Crystal Collapse, we've got updates, and we've got discussion. If you want to go and post your stuff into the discussion page, then that's probably an ideal place to start showing stuff off. If it becomes a point where there's lots and lots and lots of user contributions showing off things like terrain bits and whatever else, then you know, you can we'll set up a separate section for it, like Crystal Collapse Showcase or whatever. And you can put all your stuff in there, but Crystal Collapse Discussion for now is perfect. And if you go over the updates section here, you'll see all the stuff going into updates. We've been pretty bad at updating on here at the moment, to be fair. We've put a few bits and bobs in, but not enough. And obviously we've got to really ramp up the promo bits so far, ready ahead of us going live with everything. There we go. Welcome to the server. Have a little mooch around, see what's there, find the things you like the look of. Do you have a 3D printer, or are you just using you doing everything by hand? Let's just crisp up the edges. If anybody who was on Robert Hartley's stream this morning is still with us, then I do thank you very much for sticking around. I know it's a totally different time zone, and I'm guessing Robert's turned off because it's getting very late, so I do appreciate you still being here. See what you're posting up. Oh, are these bases, or are you literally doing square sections? Are you? So you can like line them up like the individual tiles. I'll tell you what. Let me show you this, because a little snippet of our rule book. They do look really good. I love the water tiles. Just come back to them again. They look really smart. I love the one with the rock in it as well. I'll show you what we're. I'm sure you've probably seen Max's terrain, but basically we're using a 40mm grid. So each of the squares will be 40mm by 40mm. And Max has sent me. The rule book. Little preview for you guys. So we've got English and German versions sat alongside each other. Hey Rich, how we doing, matey? How we doing, dude? Yeah, just showing you they got the Crystal Collapse rules now. We've got the German and English version sitting side by side, so we've got to be split out. No, sorry, Steph, we've got Rich on Twitch. I'm streaming on 3 platforms here, so you're going to see bits of you'll hear bits of conversations going across different ways. You won't necessarily see all the conversations happening, unfortunately. I'll try and let you know where it's going from. But yeah, we got like all of the pictures and stuff for the book. Really pleased with the layout and the way it's looking. We've got a little Naggled here as a little guide to take you through the book. Give you some little tips and some little witticisms and funny little snippets. Got little profile cards in there. But the bit I wanted to show you was like down here we've got like the terrain that Max is using. So he's using basically it's 20mm thick XPF foam, and he's just cut it into 4x4 sections, and then just stacks them up as he needs to. So it's basically that there. So it's a nice easy DIY. You can see the stacking going on. A couple of bits of bark stuck onto a big chunk here, and then we've got a couple of odd shapes that he's made. So we've got a few what do we call them now? Like L shapes and stuff like that. A bit more Tetris-like. And obviously, the more variety you've got, the more you can vary up your tabletop. But this is basically like the standard terrain we're saying you need. It'll be like a selection of like 4 of these stackable sections, 2 bigger chunks that will obscure line of sight. So that could be like a house, it could be just a boulder, and then a bunch of things like trees or barricades or something that will block line of sight, basically. Sorry, not block line of sight, but block movement. And here's the table that Max has. I think he's built it and somebody else finished it and painted it, but this is like our demo board table that Max made. So if you're going to make your own Crystal Collapse tables, this is the kind of thing you can throw together. But we're going to have some instructional videos and try and have some tutorial type bits to kind of coach you along. And I say the main thing is that it just follows the 40x40 grid, just to make it nice and easy to follow. I won't show you much more on that now. But yeah, Steph, great job. Ooh, what are these little crystals? Have they got LEDs inside? They only have, haven't they? Check that out. That is absolutely awesome. I love that. That is brilliant. Do you know? I don't think I've got it in this file actually, but I did some. Did I? Let's find it. I'm getting distracted now and not doing the things I should be doing. Let me just find something. Steph, has Max showed you Ifrit? Yeah, back to work. There we go. I'll show you him. He's going into the game as an Eidolon, as well. We're calling them Therians. That's my Ifrit model. So he's going to be available. He'll be about, I think he's about £35. I've got him in store at the moment, so you can buy him. But he'll be about the same cost as a single. Oh, is that what it is? The tea light candles, are they? That's clever. Let's get cracking then, Rich. Let's not disappoint. How you been anyway, Rich? Been a while since we've had a proper chinwag. You keeping yourself busy, mate? New job, what you doing? Same kind of thing still, I assume? Oh, thanks, Stephanie. Yeah, Ifrit's already available, to be honest, because he's been out for a couple of years. In fact, you know what? Let me just pop the lights on. I'll switch the camera and I'll show you mine. I've got my painted version. I'm just sat on the desk next to me. I'll show him off to you. Enterprise architecture sounds absolutely thrilling, matey. There you go, Steph. Let me just pop him there. You can see him. I'll go grab a Crystal Collapse Mini to stand next to him. Ah, my legs. Oh, there we go. Here we go. Just for an idea of scale, there's Tarot and Goblin Slayer next to him. So he's a unit. He's 120mm tall. He is, and these guys are obviously 40mm. So he's like, yeah, he's my own design, but I think I did base him on the. I based him, I think, more on the Final Fantasy VIII version, I think it was. I think it was Final Fantasy VIII. The one where he was more bestial anyway, because there's been a couple of versions where he's quite human looking. And I really didn't want a human looking Ifrit, it felt wrong to me. Yeah, he is pretty massive. Cheers, Rich. It's a beautiful model. But yeah, he's getting included into the game, and we've also got Bamut to make, Titan, Odin, and Shiva. Garuda? I've totally forgotten about Garuda, to be honest, mate. Yeah. We've got there's a selection that we're including as primaries. I think the intention was there was going to be 4 of them. We may end up including more yet. Depends how the story goes, but. Do you know what? That looks awful. Let me just redynamesh and then divide it. Here's a tip for you then. So anytime you're doing masking and extrusions, make sure you smooth out and give yourself as much topology as you can to work with. Because otherwise you end up spending a lot of time trying to clean up, like I was just doing. Trying to clean up the mesh. That actually was the word mesh, not a bad Sean Connery impression saying mesh. Mess. which could also have been the case. No worries, Steffi. So you're welcome anytime, and just post your updates in the channel, and we'll keep you posted. And we'll have pre-orders up soon. You can grab yourself some swag. You take care, Steffi. So, Rich, what you been up to hobby-wise then, mate? Inflate on that now. There you go. With the extra geometry, the edges come out clean, and I haven't got to go back in and adjust. Which is perfect. I do need to go around the outside and just smooth off the edges then. Only that bit though. Everything else seems alright. You done your Christmas tree now, Bunker? You all done? Oh, I've stuffed that up, haven't I? I've gone through to the other side. All done. Okay, so she needs now. I've got to deal with these weird floaty diamonds, which I don't know what to do with. Well, let's make a staff and then we'll start posing it, because the rest of the stuff I need to do dynamically, I think. I don't think I can do it. Yeah, I don't think I can do the rest of this as a as a static model. Well, I'm tempted with the floaty diamonds to do a kind of a little magical swooshy effect around her. And kind of have them fixed to that. I think that might work. What the hell happened then? So Oops. I need to do this like weird. They're almost like mandibles, aren't they, on the staff? I think I might shadow box them. I'll just save again so I don't lose out. Let's go append a cube. Geometry, shadow box, bump up the resolution, bump up the polish, shadow box. Okay, so symmetry on. Let's do this. Right, now the spikes are like cones, so I don't need to worry about them too much. So I can add them in easy enough. Hey Bill, how's it going, matey? Had a good weekend, thank you. Very, very, very tiring though. I've said a couple of times already on stream today, I built a bed for my daughter the weekend. And I ended up cladding the entire thing in 18mm thick MDF. And that stuff is far, far, far heavier than I would have given it credit for. And it wiped me out, man. Let's just turn shadow box back off again. I've got my shape now. There we go. How's your weekend, Bill? You been up to much? Yeah, guys, let me just show you the bed I was building anyway. So the whole story here is my daughter's got a little box room, so it's like 6 foot by 5 foot or something like that. It's not very big. And she's got this weird little alcove next to the door just here, which is of no use to anybody. It's completely pointless, dead space. And I can't get an actual single bed in there with any other furniture. So I decided I was going to put a chest of drawers as the base and then put the bed on top of that. So I've built the entire frame of the bed. It's fixed to the wall. It's completely handmade. And it's like, it's the most robust bed ever. Like I can crawl up and down onto it and get up on there and it doesn't even creak. So it's all fixed to the wall, it's all everything else. But this 18 MDF, honest to God, murdered me this weekend because navigating these massive hefty sheets around are just absolute killers. Oh my God, a marble sink. God, that's gonna like do you back, isn't it? Yeah, the biggest thing for me was trying to navigate around with this stuff, though, because that's... Oh, she's loving it already. I'm fighting her off, trying to actually stop her from getting up there. She wants to come in and play up there all the time while I'm trying to work on it. I'm hoping, after stream today, I can get the... get in there and get it finished off for her. That's my plan anyway, so... Yeah, as I say, it's left my shoulders wrecking. It's left my back hurting, but it's worth it. And I'd do it again for my little monkey. My mum once, she went out and bought a new bath, and it was one of these. Have you seen these like self-contained bath pod things? They look like something off the Enterprise. They've got like lights, they've got speakers, they rain on you. They've got jets that spray out all over the place in different directions, and foot scrubbers and steam units and everything else. Right, so she bought one of these bath pods. And she ordered it, had it delivered to the house. My dad was there. My dad says, you know, he had me come round to help him when it was delivered, so we could get it up to the bathroom. So ripped the old bathroom out, got it all ready, got this new bath to the house, and realised very, very, very quickly that it wasn't going to fit up the stairs. Like, we had to take the ceiling out of the staircase to kind of navigate it up, because there wasn't enough clearance on the stairs, and then there was no way it was going to go into the door of the bathroom either. So we ended up having to take the side wall out and then rebuild the wall of the bathroom after the bath had gone in, and it banned her from buying heavy appliances, things like that after that. That really was a long day. Yeah, that was one of those ones you want to forget about. You know what I mean? Well, there is that. It's definitely something I can look at and say, you know, I'm proud of myself for actually achieving it. I just got to get it sanded now and get the rest of the bed like done and painted and stuff now. So my job tonight is to sand all the filler. Oh shit now, doesn't it? Got to sand all the filler down and get it all ready to go. Adam, I don't know if you're if you got your timetable over the next like week or two, mate. But if you want to send me any days you got free, we can have a little look and get in the next. Now that you've finished your NID model. We can have a little look at that. Start getting your next one underway. Take your learning points from the first one on. See if we can give you some more tools and things like that you can take forward and use in your next sculpt as well. Bunker's decorated his Christmas tree. Very nice, mate, very nice. Good to see the gonks in. I'm not sure about the wisdom of putting all the Christmas decorations around your printer where you got all the resin though, mate. Looking good stuff there, mate. Looking good. Oh, I know they're clean now. But I mean, once you start printing again. You're not going to sprinkle them in glitter or nothing? I saw a, I think it was a lychee video. Was it lychee or? I think it was lychee. It might have been Frozen. And they were printing and they got clear resin and they put mica powder in it. And it goes all sparkly and like, that pearlescent kind of effect in the resin. And that looked really smart. It made me think about maybe doing it for some crystals for crystal collapse. Oh guys, I did say earlier, and I don't know if everybody, obviously not everybody was here at the time, but I'm not going to be able to stream Tuesday and Wednesday this week now. Because I've got my dad coming over tomorrow, so I won't be able to stream while he's here. And on Wednesday I've got to go to Nottingham for a meeting. So I'm not going to be around at my desk until later in the day. So what I may do is I might do some evening streams painting some of the Crystal Collapse minis, or I might do like pick up some streams like maybe Thursday, Friday. Except Thursday I've got to go to the Little Un's nativity play, so it won't be till later in the day if I do. There might just be a short stream in the afternoon. Well, you're not allowed to print before the Christmas tree's away now, mate. You got a lot to finish already. Yeah, that for a second, mate. know the feeling. Let's turn Elson off that one. Something needs to be adjusted here, doesn't it? You haven't finished caging, you got the chalk on. Yeah, you got to get that done, mate. You can't have projects sitting over you for that long. Chalkon's coming up again soon. Which reminds me, I've got some new spuds to make actually for them. Better. I'm not thrilled with the design of the stuff, if I'm honest, but Bill, what are you working on at the moment, matey? How Paulo? YouTube, hello, thank you. Yeah, we talk about all sorts of things. I mean, I've gone into Kickstarters and looking at the figures on Kickstarters and how it's compared to like running through on Tribes and various other things. We're doing Crystal Collapse at the moment. We'll probably be talking numbers on that one as we go. So I want to kind of be quite transparent with people and kind of give you the rundown on kind of miniatures as a business, as well as just, you know, sculpting as like a hobby or a thing in itself. But yeah, if you've got any questions about anything in particular, just feel free to ask. Anything you particularly wanted to know? Oh, you're not going to be doing Not gonna be seeing you at Derby then, Bunker. Oh, I'll miss you, mate. But yeah, I've gone into stuff before, like obviously when we're looking at our physical production side of things, looking at using only games to produce miniatures and showing you the back ends and the system interfaces and how we set the pricing and stuff like that, and talking about the costs of miniatures and how much it costs to produce them. I mean, as an example, from a typical point of view for the Crystal Collapse models, we're looking at like roughly about 5 grams raw resin cost. This isn't factoring in time or any overheads or anything else. But like the Goblin Slayer model was showing earlier, if I throw him on the scales, we'll see what he weighs. And I know they're coming in. They're coming in at 5. They're coming in at 5 pence a gram. That's not right. He's not 2 grams. 4 grams. There you go. So Goblin Slayer's coming in at 4 grams a model. And that's 20 pence of resin a piece. Little Tarot is coming in 6 grams because he's got a big solid thing on his back. So that's like 30 pence a piece. So, you know, the models are relatively cheap, but obviously you've got to kind of have heaters running to kind of like make sure the prints don't fail. You've got to pay obviously for the heating then. We're in the UK, so we're talking through the winter at the moment. I've got to get the office heated up to like 23 degrees plus. And obviously it's not cheap to do that, so that has to go onto the overhead of the cost of the models. We've got the cost of all the consumables, so your rubber gloves, the isopropyl, the FEP on the printers and stuff. So you have to factor all of those kind of things in. Right, something's off with this thing at the top, isn't it? Yeah, if you've got any specific questions, fire away and I'll do my best to answer them. That's better. Let's give it a little heart, make it into a heart shape rather than just pincer type things. Yeah, I'm not Adam. I was at the beginning, and then I changed my mind after a little bit. Basically, I matched the art, and I didn't like the look of it. Something was wrong. So I'm just trying a few different things at the moment, just trying to make it kind of work. Thank you, though. Thanks for looking out for me, matey. Yeah, sometimes like the designs when they're done, there's something just off about them. And I think this one feels weird because the staff obviously doesn't necessarily share a theme with the character, which it's not the end of the world, obviously. Do you know what I mean? Because, you know, who dresses according to the look of their weapon. That'd be a bit weird, wouldn't it? But although I have known women who will accessorise, well, sorry, pick an outfit based on, you know, a particular handbag or whatever, so it's not unheard of. The reason I'm trying to get these to touch, by the way, as well, here and here, is because of the supports and stuff. If there's a little point of contact, it means I haven't got to try and put a support into there. And if I haven't got to put support in there, it's that little bit easier to deal with. I'm almost thinking these little tips should come up and touch that, but I think I might have to keep them separate and just take a hit on that bit. But I'm happy with that staff now, that it's more of a heart shape than like a pair of pincers on the end. Oh, we're on 2 o'clock. Do you know what? I forgot. She needs eyebrows. Let's just get the eyebrows in. Maybe another hour, give or take, possibly 2. Because it's I think my wife's picking the kids up from school today, so I haven't got to do a school run. So I should be able to go till around about 3-4 o'clock my time, which is 2 o'clock now. It's 2:05. You working today, Adam? Right, she's got quite a passive face at the moment, so I'm just going to... fair play. What are you working on today? Let's mask off to the corner of the jaw, bring it down to the mouth, intersect the lips. Go to rotate, pop it at the back where the jaw connection is, open the mouth a little bit. Okay. Oh yeah. Your own one, not the termagant, yeah. I was saying on stream earlier with your termagant, so Adam's been doing some like one-to-one work with me, so we've been doing a little bit of coaching and basically helping him kind of like get his head around some of the sculpts and some techniques and things like that. And we did an exercise where I asked him to sculpt a Tyranid model that he got. So we had to take the original physical miniature and do a copy of it as closely as he possibly could. And it was an interesting exercise, wasn't it, Adam? I think it was one of these things where, like, what you think you see and what you actually see can be very different, and especially when it's very, very small. And I know there was a couple of things Adam's picked up for definite where he's realised that the detail that he physically sculpted that he thought he saw was more superficial on his version of the sculpt than it was on the real one. So when he's printed them out, I think it's some of the like surface details are quite, well, they're barely visible, are they, Adam? So that I think you've got to take that into the next sculpt now, and kind of really amplify that detail, make it more, what's the word? More exaggerated. Is that right? I think that's anybody who's doing any sculpting. You'll need to learn that sooner or later, and the quicker you can kind of get your head around it, I think the better you'll become in time. Yeah, trying to be a perfectionist is bad. Judging a screen versus reality is hard. Surface details need to be more depth. It's very good learning practice. Yeah, just copy a model you like. Go and grab a Games Workshop model, a physical miniature, not a digital one. Copy it as best you can. Once you think you've nailed it, print it and then compare the two in person, and you'll be in for a shock. But then what you can do is you can take that as a learning experience and put that into your next sculpt, which is what we're going to do with Adam. So we're going to pick another NID model next time. You're going to go for something a bit bigger next time, like a Tyranid Warrior maybe, or Gene Stealer. Oh, Brood Lord. How about a Brood Lord? Oh, Tyrant Guard would be good, yeah. Yeah, something with more armour plates and a bit more detail. I think you started in the right place. I think the Termagant was a good shout. But yeah, something with a bit more to dig into. I think next time will be like I say, you're doing a lot of armour at the moment, aren't you, on the bugs with the carapaces and stuff, so something well armoured would be a useful exercise, I think. Especially if there's any detail on the chitting. Okay, right then, let's get the let's get this all baked down, I suppose, and get it posed. Oh, you prick. I'm certain I saved it a minute ago though. Zbrush, you absolute stain. Well, that's alright, I think I've lost the face. I've got my staff, so oh, you tosser. Okay, so there's an issue with the boot that meshes down. I'm glad I found that out before I did any more. Let's see what I can do to fix this. Love Zbrush crashes. Yeah, I know. You have to tell me you crashed. Right, work better. Yeah, it looks dodgy, doesn't it, Bunker? I don't mind just stick with the closed mouth variant, just to avoid looking like something that belongs in an Ansom's shop. Okay, right, so I can duplicate this now. Let's save so don't lose it. Chaz, hope you're doing well, matey. What are you up to today, mate? Okay, now duplicate a body. Hide the original. Sounds dodgy, that just, doesn't it? Hide the body. Right. I need to auto group everything now. Higher leg. Go. Is going on. Tips for live streaming. So I use Streamlabs, Bill. Streamlabs lets me stream to Twitter, or X, as it's now called, which I'm on at the moment, Facebook and Twitch and YouTube all at the same time. It's a pretty good platform, to be honest. You want a decent microphone, you got like this thing called a blue snowball. Streamlabs, don't know. Never heard of it. Streamlabs. It's just a platform that you, a bit of software you install, connect it to all your social media platforms that you want to stream to, and then it lets you kind of send out all your videos and stuff simultaneously. So we go to Streamlabs, click go live at the bottom. You have to set up your windows, you have to put your cameras on, your screen captures and all that kind of stuff. And then once you're all set up, it saves the windows. So like I've got a couple of different things set up. So I've got a stream starting soon screen, I've got a BRB screen, this one here. We've got stream starting soon, we've got live sculpting with no webcam, we've got live sculpting with a webcam in the corner, so you can see my mug when I'm working. We've got the camera only, so you can just see me working. I've got another one which is past streams. And you just click and select and move between them. It's pretty easy to operate once you're on, but if you've watched many of my streams, you'll see there's still times when I'm 20 minutes in and someone goes, can't hear anything you're saying, and I realise I haven't even got the microphone turned on, or the microphone's defaulted to a microphone that doesn't exist, so it's not actually working. So there are certain things you've got to be kind of keeping an eye on. So it's not possible to be completely infallible with it. There you go. I have paid for the upgraded version. I don't think it's worth it. I'd just stick with the free one if you can get away with it. Trovo, pointless. Don't bother syncing to Trovo. Mine worked for like 2 or 3 streams on Trovo, I think, and then it desynced, and I've never been able to get it working again. But message me offline anytime, mate. Get me on the Discord or on Facebook or whatever else, and send me a message whenever it suits. If you need help getting things set up. Like I say, I wouldn't say I'm exactly a pro. I use it every day, but I don't use it to the fullest of its abilities. You will, mate, but I do it all the time, and it's nothing to worry about. I mean, if people are engaged on your stream, they'll tell you that you're something's not working or whatever else. If they're not engaged, that means no one's noticed. So. Either way, you're in the clear. Bloody hell, Bunker. Thank you there, mate. I've literally just done it. I know, cheers, mate. Haley hasn't called me yet to ask me to go and get the kids, so I think I'm in the clear. So did you actually get what? Oh yeah, mate, that was like mega loud, that was as well at my end. No one's used it all stream as well, so it's like it's the first time it's gone off. I'd forgotten about it. Oh yeah, well I think I'd have save it disabled if I was painting miniatures. So my painting ain't gonna crash on me, is it? You would. It'd only be me swearing at you though, Bunker. Save this. Let's get these keepy bits done. You're not wrong, mate. The bloody hell have I done? Should we try it later? Right, let's take this one. Mirror and well back to front, so that way. Okay, let's duplicate this. Bend curve. Let's start with 4. Let's get the second one. Cheers, mate. me just double check with the wife. Give her a quick call. Let me just mute you guys a second. Okay guys, I'm struggling to get hold of the wife. She's not home and I reckon I might have to rush out and get the kids. I've got 10 minutes before they're coming out of school, so I'm going to quickly see if anybody's online I can radio off into. I'm going to have to just leave you on that one, unfortunately. I'll post update on the model. I mean, it should be finished later today, but I'll post an update on the Discord server later on. So, who have we got around? Oh, Mike's not on today. Let's go for Brush for Hire. Let's watch a bit of painting. Okay guys, let's go raid out for Brush for Hire. And also thank you all for joining me, and thank you raiders if you stuck around. Cheers Adam, cheers Bill. Thank you all guys, and I will say later taters, and we're going to go out in 2, 1. Adios people. Thank you. Bye bye.
A little bit there to kind of push that forward. What you were hoping to do or get out of it. Lines Tower, thank you so much for the raid, man. I was lurking a little bit here, watching your sculpting. How you been? Guys, don't follow Lines Tower, please do. Lines Tower does some phenomenal sculpting work. That I wasn't sure exactly what you're sculpting today, because I was just kind of glancing over. What was it? It looked like an elf lady? Was it an elf lady? What was that? T-Mag, what's going on? What, this here? Are you asking what this is? another 10 minutes to get. Oh yeah, no worries. Thank you so much. Wizard for our Crystal Collapse game. Oh, very fucking cool. Nice, nice. Yeah, yeah. If you get a chance, want to come back and dump any links, please feel free to. We are link friendly and love always seeing what everyone else is doing. If you guys don't follow Line Power again, please do. Thank you. Appreciate the kind words. Mag also good morning. Linestower.com. Alright, let's take a look. Base there a little bit. I was under, see if you check it out there. Alright, cool, Line Tower, I'll be here. Alright, let's see. Crystal Collapse. Hey, very cool. Crystal Collapse, tactical war game. Email, where's Crystal Collapse? Crystal Collapse tactical tabletop war game with brings a feel of classic tactical JRPGs from the game's console to the tabletop. Oh, very cool. Okay, I think this is what I saw you sculpting right here in Lilly. Nice. Stop it. Stop it. Yeah, very fucking cool. Let me move it off my desk here. Mine does kind of get kind of staticky, very staticky. It does bend pretty easy. The instructions say just bend a bit. Alright, let me do this. Game up. I should wash him. I want to wash this guy, this thing. Get those washed. Back to where we were doing before I continuously distract myself. Let's move these paintballs off the way here because I do need to bring Galactus back out. I need to finish him. I'd like to try and get him shipped out this weekend. Mine sent me. Actually, I have another Games Workshop miniature on the way to paint. Chuck, what's going on? Let's see if I can find this miniature, see what it is to show you guys I'm going to be painting on here. Yeah, this thing here. I'll be painting this ugly fuck. He wants the base to look like lava, so that'll be fun. Floor is lava. Actually, I haven't even looked at this in the 360. Okay. Okay, so this sword's kind of black with a little bit of a lava feel going on there too, so that'll make it. Oh, I didn't know I could rotate it like this. That's cool. Good base for lava too. Chuck, I'm doing good. The new Games Workshop website is fucking horrible. I concur. Oh, thanks, Chuck. I appreciate that. They say he's gonna send me some kind of Titan. Something, shit, what did he say to this? He's looking at getting one. It's bigger than a Reaver, but not quite as big as the Warlord Titan. I don't know. So somewhere in between those two. So almost the Warlord Titan, but not quite another one. Will be your Titan. Aw, thanks, I think. Let's some stuff back here. Now, this goes over here with the bone colors, which I have no more space for. Oh my god. Again, we are raising money for Starlight. For every $150 we raise, I will eat some cursed ramen. And then for another $50 on top of that, I'll throw more stuff into cursed ramen. Already had one today, which consisted of, how was it? Chicken flavored ramen with, peppermint, nerds, and buffalo ranch. It wasn't good in case anyone was really curious. It was pretty nasty. In fact, I did not like. 0 out of 10, would not recommend. But you raised like $250 in an instant for charity, so that's the important part. Put all of these off to the side so that way I have room to get this Galactus up here. Weathering stuff. go in ink. And put some good paints. Oh, there's so many paints. Great white reflector. Mid view so I don't break you. Off to the side, side of. Vegetable spiraler, but the disc one is.